Okay, everybody, one and all, welcome to the stream. And, yeah, we're here. We're going to be flying the 8th leg of the Atlantic tour. And, just looking at the aircraft here. This is the Boeing 737-800. So if you're just joining us now, just please come say hello in the chat. Ask any question about the aircraft you want. I will try and answer everything. So now we're at a point where we can push and start. So into the cockpit of the 737. Okay. I did all this ahead of time. 16 minutes correct. Okay, so 152 plus 10 is 162 for a safety climb speed. I've set everything else up on the FMC ready to go. And we need a trim of 5.50. So down here on the trim wheel, we want to be halfway between the 5 and the 6. Let's go. Trim that up. That looks good to me. 5.50. Obviously reset the fuel there. Yep, expected due to the upgrade. So, what do we do now? Well, we're going to place the aft fuel pump onto the APU. I have the APU bleed selected, and I'm going to start up the APU, so bring that to on, and then hold it down till it clicks off, and the APU will ignite. So our route today is from Newark, and all the way to, can never pronounce it. I'm going to try it. We're going to Greenland anyway, and it's called Kangerlussuaq, I believe. Don't hold me on that at all. Let's set your brightness up as well. I don't know what happened earlier. It all went wrong on the stream, but yeah, here we are on Barrow. I've already put my Barrow in because it takes forever, so I could take that out now. I don't need it for the departure. 5.5 on the trim. I'll just make sure the config's going to error. Lovely. That's what we're looking for. We're ready for pushback. We're just waiting for the APU to come online, which it has done. What we're going to do now is take number 2 online first, and then number 1 on the APU. As you can see now, the APU is running the aircraft. Anti-collision lights on, the logo light will go on when it's ready to go on yet. When I look up on the panel, I can see we're in a ready state to go, so I could switch the APU. See the dial there in the corner. Okay, so we are now ready to disconnect from ground power. Our parking brakes are set. Everything else is set perfectly. So the easiest way to do this, we're going to go to the menu, go into FS Actions, go to Ground Services, and we're going to release the ground power and remove the chocks. And when it's done that, let's have 167 on the climber. Interesting. What's changed there? I just need to recheck my performance. So delete all the sockets, so I don't believe it's that. Okay, no matter. I'm going to go to my route, sorry, my legs, and we're going to request the wind data. It's always good to request wind data. It helps the aircraft know what we need. So A little bit of music while we're waiting. That will eventually go off when we're ready to taxi. Yes, load. And I'm going to execute them. I'm going to go to descent ready because we've got forecast link up ready. So we're going to go to forecast and I'm going to load the forecast. And that's already there. Okay, so everything's fine there. Into right, so we are ready for pushback. Ground power has got a APU is on and gen's on, so now we're gonna turn on all the fuel pumps. The electronic hydraulic pumps are on. The packs we're gonna turn off. The reason for this is you want more air start for the engines, and everything's alright for the pushback. So let's ask GSX for the pushback. So prepare for pushback and departure. And as we do that, it's going to ask. As we do that, it's going to remove the jetways. As you can see.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Door open. Let's just jump back in board there. Find out what's going on.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
So I don't know why that door was doing open. That's a bit strange. But here we go. We're just going to silence the music then, because we're getting ready to go. So that door's done now, so I'm happy there. Okay. Wow. Let's just gonna have a quick jump outside, double check the aircraft.
Locking gear.
So locking gear, very good. Carry on. This model of aircraft has got a hood, and we can check the hood. Pretty well centralised. I'll explain what all this is on the hood when we get going. And we want to go nose right, I believe. I'm just waiting to see my position. Yep, nose right, please.
Release parking brakes.
So one last final sweep before we release the parking brakes. We're good to go. And the one last check. If there's flow, we're good to go. So let's release the parking brake.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Okay, so starting our engines at will now. I've got our engine page down here. We're going to be looking at these values for 20%. So it's left side ignition first. We're going to go to ground. We're going to come back down, and you'll see the N2 building. As soon as the N2 passes around 15 to 20%, we can inject the fuel, and the fuel are these levers here. That's 23%. We're going to inject the fuel, and we'll have a good ignition, as we can see there. And we're checking for the starter switch to go back into the off position. The parameters are looking stable. As soon as the switch goes into the off position, we can start the other engine. The start valve is closed. Go to number 1. Normally you'll be calling to each other going on the left side. We are nice and friendly here at Newark.
Set parking brakes.
Okay, we need to set the parking brake.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
And now we can boost in the fuel to 2. And whilst I'm doing that, I'm just, because I've got one good engine, we could tell GSX that they can
cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
So we'll be going out this way, so they've pushed us back to a nice place. Wing lights can go on now, taxi lights can go on now. That's it. 2 good starts.
Unlocking gear.
And with that, we're going to put them in a continuous position. Put that to both. We're going to bring Gen 2 on first, and then Gen 1 on. With that on, turn the runway turn off lights on, ready for the taxi.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Reset, APU
Left is clear.
leads could come
Right is
off,
clear.
and pit up could go on. Sorry, my dog in the background barking our orders. Okay, so we're good to go. I don't think we'll get LNAV because we've got, yeah, I'm going to check the legs page in a minute. Actually, it's one thing we haven't checked and we should really do before taxi. So let's just go through the legs page. So I know for a fact that could go there, so let's amend that. And I want to be 4,000 there. Oh, not an Airbus. I want to be at 4,000 feet at KEWR, which is there, and I'm going to execute. The rest of it looks good, and we go direct to SACS. Now we should be able to arm our VNAV, because that's our vertical profile, but our lateral profile, I don't know, might not know. It's because we've got to head out to intercept the radial of the SACS VOR South. Now, if you had air traffic on board, they would, in actual fact, be giving you vectors. So, what's left to do? We'll change the radio. Just out of habit, although there's no VATSIM on board. Remember, if you're joining us live here on YouTube, drop us a message, say hi. If you stream me yourself, fantastic. Let us know what you stream, and we'll be sure to join your channel and subscribe. Okay, so Gen 1 we're going to check the transformers, so that's transformer 1, 2 and 3, and Gen 2 we're going to go 1, 2 and 1. And the last check, because I can't remember, and that's why we have checklists, is we go to check the figure of the pedestal, which is correct. Throttle quadrant, your dabbers on. So now look, this is what I was checking, the transformers, and we're checking the ampage on the transformers, so when we go through we know they're all good. Everything's good to go there. We've got auto, high, valve is auto, packs are on. We've got a landing, everything is set. The APU gen is now off. So this is me just letting the in-flight safety attendants know that we're going to go, and everything else is ready to rock and roll. So let's, without any further ado, start the taxi outs to runway 4 left. So how we do that is parking brake. Oh no, let's put some flaps on first. So 3 stages of flaps for flaps 5 as indicated by the reference. Just get back to that. And what we're going to do now is do a flight control check. To do a flight control check, we're going to just go pull back on the yoke, forward on the yoke, left and right on the yoke, and the rudder pedals. Left, right. Just because we're GSX, I do this a few times, and you already see now the rudder pedals are settling down. Make sure you do that, or it'll give you problems. Trim 5.50, flaps 5. Ready to go. Recall. Nothing on the recall, so we know we're good. System page goes off, and release the parking brakes. Parking brakes released. Taxi signs on. We're going to put about 40 on the thrust to get us moving. Hear the engine spooling up behind us. And let's follow the taxiway. As soon as we're on the straight, we'll do a brakes test. Do a brakes test. 1, 2. We found the reaction there, so that's good. So we've got RB. Well, we have Foxtrot 2. So obviously the default air scenery is different to the charts that we subscribe to on Navigraph. That's okay. We still know we want to go right here. So I believe this would be Popper 3. And there we go. So while we're doing this taxi, we'll have a little bit of music on so you can enjoy that. Whilst you're enjoying the music, we're going to be taxiing on out. So we're looking for Alpha 12 along here. Foxtrot Echo. Foxtrot Echo. I love the sound effects of the aircraft. Just going to check the barrow over here. Barrow's good. Just check it there. PAPV, where are we? So actually we're going down Alpha 12 now. And we're going to go right here. Just looking at my speed. 13's good enough. So I'll go a little bit more on the aircraft speed. Go around the corner. Okay. Whilst doing that, obviously, looking at that, we're looking for Alpha as the taxiway point. That's Charlie. Then we've got Bravo, and then Alpha. Alpha's going to be the long one because we've got a high rotate speed of 152. I'm going to want that runway. Okay, put the strobes on. Everything else is good to go. A little bit of brakes, bring it ready for a turn. Put the acceleration off. Follow this route to the runway. Okay, now just because I'm streaming, I'm still flying on my channel for Fly UK. So I'm going to do this professionally. I'm just going to check before line-up items. TCAS, TARA and tested. Radio set, VOR is set and verified. Runway heading is set. Can now change that. VNAV is set, waited to engage LNAV, flight directors are on. Air brakes is at rejected takeoff, gear down, flaps 5, lights are good, landing lights could come on, normally turn off lights can go off, your light can go on, and we are good. So now I'm just going to turn right, we're going to take off. So I said I'd explain to you about the HUD. and I'll do that after takeoff. So let's go ahead and conduct the takeoff. So the HUD, because I'm not going to use it, I'll let you know. This here is your speed tape, and if you notice here in my window I have 167 set, which is 10 knots above the safety speed. It gives the aircraft a little bit better performance and climb out. This also gives our references on. Okay, this gives us our heading, our course, and our ground speed. We're obviously at 0, and the VOR, which 2, 1. So obviously we've put it to SACs. This here is your attitude indicator, so your horizontal bar across here. This is at the position of the flight instruments. This is your bank angle and the heading select, and on the right side is your altitude tape and your vertical speed with your barometric pressure in. If I was to flick on my radio, it will also give you your minimums. It will also give you your baro or radio, whichever one you set. So that is the HUD. I probably need it in Greenland though, so let's, can we turn that down? It's a little bit better, it's not in your face. Okay, we'll stow the HUD and let's get rocking. Now, in any PMDG you get, PMDG you always put in this but screw here, and that's like to go into toga, which is the same as pressing a toga button on the throttles. I have got one mapped, so I will be using the one I've mapped. Don't worry, we're not going to crash. I'm following the taxi line round. Okay, sterile cockpit for takeoff. We'll just come round from that turn on idle. Now that's me lined up with the runway. So I'll keep it on the toe brakes now, and I'm going to take up to around 50%. Like so. Release the toe brakes, push forward on the yoke and engage the toga button. Now to practice, make sure. Can't see a windsock. The wind's coming slightly from the right, I can feel that on the aircraft, so we're adjusting it. Airspeed alive. It's 80 knots. It's 100 knots.
V1.
Rotate. That was a crosswind and a half there. Just trying to stay there. So positive rate gear is going up. Flaps to 1. Trim down a little bit there. Back to the aircraft. The same headed. As the radial for the VOR, and I'm going to come out a little bit. Let's see what I'm doing. There we are. Flaps now could go up. As we're climbing through, the speed tape should go up also. That's it, we're leveling the aircraft out. speed is now going up. So I'm just going to trim up some. Oh, sorry, just trimming the aircraft up. So the radio, we could zoom in a minute. I can ask the aircraft to fly on this profile. So I'm going to go to Command A. That'll take us in heading select and keep the speed, which is nice. And what I'm going to do is zoom in. Now nav is now alive. It's going to capture the track. Which it has done. And we'll continue our climb. Okay, so after takeoff checks, gear is up and locked. It's the off position. Flaps are up. Why is the speed brake up? Speed brake is in and stowed. I must have pressed that by accident. Always, this is why you do your after flow checks. TCAS is on and above. Taxi light could come off now, and the wing well light could come off now. All the other lights could stay as is. Engines can go to the off position, and that is us to our 10,000 checks. A little bit bumpy. Coming out, it's just a big load of scenery. So I'm just going to reconfigure. It's actually 18,000 in the States. I don't know why that is 6,000. But as it is, well, let's just go standard pressure anyway. That'll do. So we've already on takeoff used 1,000 kilograms of fuel. So we used a ton of fuel already. So we're just going to monitor this up. The next thing I'm going to do is 10,000 is turn the landing lights off. 332 heading check. So check the heading out 332. It's 9,000. It's climbing well as well. I put it on the climb 2 profile, so we're only at 91% of our maximum thrust, which to be fair is ideal. In the climb phase now, as you can see. There you go, we're coming inbound, and the range that I put in was pretty good, so I'm happy with that. That's 10,000, so I'm going to let the cabin crew know that's 10,000. And the landing lights could come off, logo light could come off, and the rest can stay as they are. Just verify the hood is the same. And the speed tape's working. It's selecting 310 until we pass 18 to 20,000, 24,000, then it'll convert it to Mach. But as you can see there, the VOR, we're still heading inbound to the VR, 5.7 miles, now 5.5 until we get there. That's pretty good. And we can see that if I switch this to VOR, you can see here that I'm tracking in to the right radial. Maybe I could tidy it up a little bit. We're coming outbound now, so we can find the outbound radial of that VOR. So our current course gives us an outbound radius of 30. A little bit of it match the heading. There you are, stunning. Absolutely stunning in the States. Nice weather today they got. I'll turn that off because no longer on the ground. Okay, well, I'm just going to monitor the systems now up to our cruise altitude, and I'd like you to enjoy the music. So we are now outside the aircraft there in the climb, and heading to our destination. As you can see, with the altitude's going up, our heading's there at our vertical speed. We're going up to 39,000 all the way to Greenland, so that's going to be very enjoyable. So, roar of the engines there, the heat plume coming off. Okay, well, enjoy the cruise flight. Okay, remember, if you're just joining me live here while we're flying to Greenland from the United States of Newark International, please get on the live chat, say hello, let us know what you're doing tonight on this Friday night. I'd love to hear from you. Answer any questions if you're thinking about getting into Flight Simulator, or you've got Flight Simulator and you're not sure on what aircrafts to go for. Yeah, just get in touch, and we're only happy here to help. So I'm just going to release the passengers Well, it's in auto anyway, so I don't really need to. I'll release them anyway. Climb check quickly. We've got no issues. Everything looks good there. So I believe we're coming into let's see. Going past Stamyek, Poughkeepsie. That's the sort of area we're in now, and Warrising in the States there. So that's where we're flying over right now. We're on quite a straight track until we get into the it's called the Albany, or I think it's the Albany VOR there. Let me just double check. So the Albany VOR 1 at 15.3. Let's have a look. 115.3 for the Albany VOR, so we could put that in. And we could switch that across. I'm going to leave that one and just leave that one as like that. And then slightly off there, so there's the Albany VOR, so we could adjust our course, try and intercept that. If I was to go to that view and then that view, as you can see, we could also navigate by VOR, which is VHF Omnibarial Directional Radar. So that's what VHF is. We also can see our profile in the same one. There you are. How much is happening? Let's get some weather on my side. I'm going to jump over to the first officer's side there, because I want him on that. So he needs to go onto traffic. So yeah, so this is it now. We're climbing up to cruise. You can see the altitude there, and we'll get back to you very soon. So there we go, guys. We're coming now onto the onto the top of the climb vectors we can see coming up. So if this ring's 80, I've got the set on 160, but you can actually go further out as well. And you can see we've got quite a bit to go. I could go all the way out to around 300 miles there. So yeah, we're going to get rid of the VORs now, not needed. Let's get them off. That gets rid of the lines. We'll just tidy up the aircrafters in general. And yeah, so I hope everybody's doing nice tonight and having a nice time. So we are yeah, going to be doing this. It's quite a challenging approach actually, the one we're going to do in Kangerlussuaq, or whatever it's called, Kangerlussuaq. It's quite a challenging approach, so I just hope you enjoy it. And yeah, I really do. Not much to talk about until someone comes on the chat. If you're interested, the red bar that's going across your screens at the top, that tells you our progress to our destination. So our ETA is not shown, but maybe it will be when we're actually at our cruise altitude. But yeah, come on, jump on the chat if you want to know what any of this is in the cockpit here. If you want to know what it all does, what's its functions, is it realistic to the actual proper aircraft? Is this what's in a 737-800? Or just how is it to fly, you know? Just let me know, let me know. Jump on, send a chat, and I'll answer your questions. And I just want to ask if you enjoy the stream, or you know, if you could please just like, subscribe to the channel, and if you hit the notify bell, obviously you will get all upcoming streams coming up. We'll do some fighter jet streams as well in the future. They're always popular. I'm just adjusting the map to the left of me. So yeah, it's been fun. Started off this tour, the Atlantic tour. Where did we start? Yeah, we started all the way down, I believe in Colombia, and went to Brazil. From Brazil to past Uruguay there, to Rio to the Caribbean. We went to St. Martin. From St. Martin we flew to Miami. Obviously from Miami then we headed up to Newark, and from Newark we're heading over to Greenland. From Greenland we'll go to Iceland and basically loop our way round to the southern African Horn. And it's the Atlantic tour, so we're just doing it around in a circle, short flights. This I believe is one of the longest legs. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it, and I'm enjoying putting this content out there. Like I said, get interactive, drop us a live chat, subscribe to the channel, notify button, like, and if you're watching this afterwards, drop us a comment, you know. Good to chat, see what any fellow streamers are up to tonight. Is anybody streaming, or you probably got lives and out at a pub? But I'm just addicted to flight simulation, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, let us know what you're up to. If you're streaming, what you're playing, you know. Look forward to hearing from you in the chat. So for the little while we're just going up to our cruising altitude, and as you can see, the aircraft is struggling a little bit with the weight, so I can help that out and bring that down, and we could drop some weight off, so I can do that. And We're struggling to climb, so let's stay at 35 for a bit. Well, we'll go to 37 now for a bit. We've got the cruise altitude in there. So there you go. We're just going to help the altitude. Well, let's hold at 36. Why not? Just turn in there. That horn you can hear signifies we've got 1,000 feet left to climb, and as you can see, it's going to manage that quite well. And tells us we can step there in about 100 miles. So we'll give the engines a breather, drop some weight with the fuel, drop the drag off, and yeah, we'll start climbing again. Okay, well, I look forward to chatting to you in the chat when you come on. Drop us a message and you can have some music until then. I'll stop waffling for a bit and we'll play with the drone camera. Let's see what's going on with the drone. Well, like I said, I hope you're all well and enjoying the ambience that is Microsoft Flight Simulator. So here we are in the GoPro video section. This will be at the front, the very nose of the aircraft that you see. So come on, what is everyone up to? What's everyone doing? Well, I've got my sheet of paper to do some calculations later on in the flight. I've also got, what else have I got here? Oh yes, my very favourite food for flyer, which is sausage rolls and Sudoku. I know how to live life on a Friday night, I tell you. You know, it'd make my day if I just had one person comment in the live chat. It would, honestly. I think I'd get that excited. I won't know what to do. You know, I'm only just starting out streaming, so there's a lot for me to learn. I did schedule a stream, but it all went wrong. I don't know what happened, to be honest, but everything's working fine now. I don't know if I had a problem with one of the add-ons and I had to restart the computer, restart the simulator, but as you can see, I've changed nothing and we're working again. So yeah, Sudoku. Gets harder every page I'm going on, by the way. That's just so if you want to know whereabouts we are coming up to, we are actually coming up to the border of Canada, and we'll be passing to the right of Prince Edward Island, and Quebec will be off to our left, way far away in the distance there, about 400 miles, and then we'll be at a lake, or the inlet of Prince Edward, right on the tip as it goes inland, at a waypoint called Answer, Alpha November Charlie Echo Romeo, if anybody's interested. And that is next to an airport, Charlie Yankee Bravo Golf. Lovely. If I zoom out the map a bit more, it might give me some more areas where we're flying through. Oh, okay, the whole area is Quebec. Oh, that's massive. So yeah, so we'll be entering Canada soon. Well, hello. I don't know what I just did to my tablet on my left. So, Sudoku. I think that Sudoku is most definitely flight sim's best friend. A flight simmer's best friend during a longish flight or medium flight. It's no good in a short flight, let's be honest. By the time you're filled in one box, you're ready to come down and descend and land. So I am gonna just put the music on, let you view the clouds, enjoy the flight until someone pops up on the live chat and goes yo, and we can start off a conversation. So yeah, enjoy. So here we are again. Obviously coming up to the 40-minute mark, and I'm just need to keep an eye on something else as well. It's 58 in total for the tracker. So what am I going to do? Right, so yes, we're just looking at the cabin now. So the cockpit. The cockpit. So as you walk in, this is what a pilot would see in 737. So in simple terms, for those who don't aviate, this is what makes the plane go up, down, left, right, and also the rudders. This is your throttles, it makes it go fast or slow. This here is basically like your, and this together, it's basically like the sat nav in your car. And this is making sure you're on profile, so it's basically like keeping you in check. This here tells the computer exactly what to do. So how fast you want to go, where you want to go, and also in what mode you want to go in. And this is all your utilities above you. It's called a overhead panel. So basically, in basic terms, that is that. Now, we could go through everything in a bit more detail. So why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Let's go through a few things in detail. So these here are the same each side, but they'll be probably set differently. So for example, it's 81 miles until it wants to go back up to 39,000, and that means it would have burnt enough fuel to be able to, or enough weight to be able to do it without giving us an issue with fuel. Okay, so what is this? Well, many aircrafts have different names for this. It's simply known as an onboard flight computer. In this particular aircraft, in most Boeings, it's referred to as an FMS, so that's Foxtrot Mike Sierra Flight Management System. And in here you do everything. So init reference means initialization reference. This is where you put what am I, where am I, and where am I going. And we also align the aircraft on the ground using this. RTE, that is route. So if we could press the route at any time. So at the minute we're flying direct to answer, direct to Yankee Whiskey Kilo, but move that in case someone pops up on the live chat. This one here is an airway, so then we join an airway Juliet 583 to another VOR called Yankee Delta Papa, and so forth until we get to our destination. Now in more details then we go to the legs page that's underneath the and that gives us all the waypoints in between us and our destination. Climb, well that's what mode we're in at the minute because we're on VNAV path and we've got 80 miles until we could go up to our cruising altitude. So this is basically the vertical navigation profiles. Now we're going into the cruise page. So if we get to 39,000, okay, this is what it's saying in a minute. Look, it's optimum is 3.5, maximum 3.6. So at the minute we are, that will change. That'll change as far as we go. DES stands for descent. Okay, econ descent. So estimated altitude of the where we're going is 215 feet. It's actually, I think, 240. The target speed it wants during the descent, the restrictions. So in here there's a flight restriction at below flight level 100, which means 10,000 feet. That means the aircraft can only go at 240 knots. To top of descent then, we're not going to be there for another little while, and it's 1,334 nautical miles to go. And this would give us all our information during descent. Menu puts us onto the menu of the FMS. We've been through legs. Department, DEP and ARR is departed airfield and arrival airfield or aerodrome. And you can put in others and select alternates. And that's where we correlate where we're leaving, where we're going. So the FMS computer and route knows exactly what are we doing. Okay. Hold. So we could put a hold in at any fix and we could program it how we want to. KEWR in Greenland and at the start of the RNAV procedure, Kilo Echo Foxtrot Oscar Papa, is actually designed to hold. So if you're above speed or not quite right in altitude, go into a hold, sort yourself out. And it's a right turning hold, inbound course of 88 degrees there. And the altitude it wants you to be at is 400 feet, 4,000 feet. So that is a hold function. Progress, PRG, is progress. There's one of 4 pages here. And we'll go through each of these progresses as we explain it. So that is the waypoint we've left. Alpha Lima Bravo, which is a VOR, which is Albany. Then we're going to a waypoint, not a VOR, called Answer, Alpha November Charlie Echo Romeo. And it tells us here what flight level we're at, distance to go to that waypoint, and what fuel we should have on board when we reach that waypoint. That's how much fuel we had when we left. And then we go from Answer. When we pass over, we'll go to Yankee Whiskey Kilo, which is a VOR. That's how far the VOR is away from Answer. That's the time we're going to get with the airplane's time, by the way. And that's how much fuel state we're going to have on board. This here is our arrival aerodrome. Now Bravo Golf Sierra Foxtrot is Kangerlussuaq in Greenland. That's how far we've got to travel to get there. So another 1,500 nautical miles. This is what time we're going to get there. So 0041 Zulu hours. And this is how much fuel it reckons we're going to have on board. Now this is important later on. So this is your progress page. You've got a wind, what the wind's doing up here. At the top of the climb, you can see we've got 79 miles to go, and that is so we can boost up to 39,000 feet. It might be a case where I'm looking at the VNAV, if I look at the cruise, it might be that might not change to 360. Might have to put in there and leave it as 360, so we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, next page. So on the next page it gives us purely our wind and deviations. Okay, so our total actual airspeed is 453 knots. Our track is a 028 degrees T, which basically means we're really well on track. Yeah, we've got no vertical deviation or cross track errors. The wind is coming at us from the north at 77 knots, and it's equaling a headwind at 68 knots. Crosswind then from the left at 30 knots. So that's how the wind is being programmed at the minute. RTA progress. So what we could put in here is an RTA waypoint, which basically means route transit. And if we wanted to, I could put in Answer in there. So I will. I'll put in Answer. And it gives me all the information I need for Answer. What time we're going to hit it, the distance to Answer, so forth and so forth. RMP progress. So this is page 4. So Answer's actually the next waypoint anyway. So if I go back, I can actually change that to Yankee Whiskey Kilo. drop that in there, and now it calculates the distance to the waypoint after answer. The last page is the waypoint you'll actually direct your flying going to, and at this point it is actually answer, which is good. So RMP and actual, what's it mean? So RMP is what you need to be able to fly safely on GPS, if you like, and that is 2 nautical miles deviation. Our actual ANP, so our actual deviation is nothing. It's 0.07 nautical mile. So basically this is a low requirement, and this will be a high requirement. This becomes more involved when we get to the approach, because we're doing an RNP approach. Okay, and this is all in reference to that. So that's the prog or progress page. EX just means execute. N1 limits, so you can have a cruise and limits. I don't tend to mess with this page. We do this before taking off. Fix, so if I want to fix ring, so basically if I wanted to know when I'm within 20 miles of that the VOR, I would type it in like this. I'll put it in my fix, and I'll put a distance there of 20 miles. So that puts a little 20-mile circle ring around the fix, so I know when my airplane hits that, I'm going to be about 20 miles to it. You could put in a radial as well, so we get headed in there. So you could put a radial going out from the fix if you wanted to. So, but yeah. So that's how you do that. So you can have up to 4 fixes. And then you just, well, 6 fixes, sorry, 6 pages of fixes you can have. And that is it really. Init reference, so this is the gross weight of the aircraft. This become apparent or descent. If we had to make an emergency descent, we'd have to take some figures into calculations, but that'll be in emergency what we're descending at, and that'll be what we're landing at, so pretty fast, so we'll drop to the lowest speed. Unless we've got a massive crosswind of 25 knots and above, we won't need to change the wind correction of plus 5 knots. So yeah, my dog again going mental there. So we're in the climb phase. I'm tempted at 69 miles here. I don't think we're going to achieve that, so I am actually going to drop in a new cruise altitude of 360 and execute it. And by doing that, I'm going to bring this down to 360, and I'll change the cabin pressurization because I don't think we're going to be light enough anyway. So let's go ahead, and at the minute our cruise altitude is 36,000, so everything is set there. Well, I don't know what's going on with my dog. She's probably barking at a shadow outside. Okay, so as you can see now we're at a cruising altitude, and if we go back to that particular page, it's telling us the optimum for cruise and the maximum. And if it were 360, so this means 36,800 feet, the actual wind. So when this changes, I'll be able to do a step. So a step will go up here, and we'll be able to go higher the further in the flight we go. We could cross-reference that with the OFP, which is the Operational Flight Plan. So that was a brief overview of the FMS, Flight Management System, or a giant sat-nav plus performance plus ECU, whatever you want to compare it to, that is that. I'm going to have a quick 5 minutes, and then we'll go through the the displays and what the displays mean. So enjoy the views as we are now in Canada. Okay, so we're back, and like I said we'll go through all the display that's in front of us. Excuse me. I'm just putting the dogs away because they're starting to bark at their own shadows. It's funny, but yeah, it is annoying. So according to my OFP, operational flight plan answer, with the fuel we got, we should have 10.9 on board, so 130 miles, we've got 12.7. Fuel flow per hour, 1.23, let's say 1.3 both sides, that gives us 2.6 off there gives 10.1. Yeah, we might be but we have got another 1.6. We factored fuel in the fuels. Anyway, where was I? Yes. What? I don't have my cursor active on the streams, but okay. We'll do this a different way. So, will it give us? Okay, these two screens here on this panel, the one on the left is called a PFD, Papa Foxtrot Delta, which is also known and is your primary flight display. So I'll be doing a fuel check answer and then I'll reset the clocks. That's what I've done there. Okay, so if you remember earlier from the HUD, you'll see there's a lot of resemblance between this instrument and the HUD. What is a HUD? The HUD is a heads-up display, and really good for nighttime landings and non-precision. I find really helpful, the HUD. So as you can see here, we're at the brimming in the speed tape, so we're definitely at our highest altitude we could get. The speed tape is this here. It's on the left side of the screen that you can see with the number 262 in it. That's got a load of red dots just above it. That's the overspeed. So if we go into that, or bad weather forces into that, we're going to have to look at reducing the cost index and bringing that marker down a little bit. Ideally you want to be in the middle. We're not too bad there. We're at Mach 0.79, so that's not too bad. So that's the speed tape. On the bottom you can see a semicircle with some numbers around the outside, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The word mag, a magenta 0.4H, and a magenta funny looking shape under a white triangle. That there is your navigation rows. So them numbers equal points on the compass. So 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees, 60 degrees, 70 degrees. And if you look on the right, that's basically a blown up version of the one you've got on the right underneath your big square window in this one on the left on the primary flight display. The letters in magenta there, that's your heading, and it's a magnetic heading, as you can see there by the green symbol mag. Just above that we have the attitude box. So this is the box with the big pink cross in, and the two what looks like hockey sticks lying on the ground. So it also has numbers there, 10, 3, 10, and you got 5, 3, sorry, so you got 10, 5, 0, minus, minus, minus going down. And then you've got some lines going around it. You've got a white LNAV, a VNAV just above the square, and a CMD in green. So let's talk about this square. So as you can see, you've got a brown section and a blue section. So the brown section of the square is basically the ground. So if you start pointing your little square in the pink down, you're going to start taking the aircraft down, and that is descending. The blue signifies the sky, and like we're doing now, we're holding level, we're in level flight, as we can see by the attitude. These hockey sticks represent the wings, the square represents your nose, and we are level flight with the pink or magenta big cross in it. Each one of these markers is a degree of bank. So you've got 0, which is the solid white line that separates the brown from the blue. Up from that you've got 5 degrees, the next big white line, and then up from that is 10 degrees pitch, and that's the aircraft's pitch at this moment in time. So if we're looking at our nose as that little square in the middle of the cross, we're roughly just over 4, maybe 4.5 degrees pitch up to hold 36,000 feet at the speed that's on the left of the tape. The LNAV stroke VNAV in white above the attitude box is what mode we're in, what navigation mode are we in, and that's telling us we're in lateral navigation and vertical navigation mode. That's confirmed by the 3 boxes above, where you can see the LNAV in green and the VNAV path in green. So the magenta 0.79 is the max speed. FMC speed in the left rectangle box is flight management computer speed. Yeah, that's the speed in which the aircraft says is the most effective for the cost index we are flying. The middle one is which way do we go, left or right, basically, which is your lateral navigation, and the one on the right, VNAV, commonly referred to as your path, tells us what height or what we descend. So that is that. This semicircle, like a back to front C with 3.8 and a little line, that is the pressure that we're applying to the cabin to keep it at a comfortable ambient pressure, if you like, so as long as it's below 10,000 feet. So this is keeping it at 3.8 psi injected into the cabin. That's letting me know what that is. 3600, you've probably figured out by now in the magenta, is the altitude we have on the MCP that we've commanded, and it's underneath that tape. There's your altitude tape, which it also confirms. The shape at the side of the altitude tape with the big solid white line and then -1, -2, -6, this is known as your vertical speed index tape. So this tells us how many feet per minute we're going to ascend or descend. The 1 is 1,000 and a 2 is 2,000 feet. Generally we like to keep between the 1 and the 2, or the 0 and the 1, depending on what stage. STD at the bottom in green is not what you think. That means we're at standard pressure. So standard pressure, standard atmospheric, is either 1013 to 1013 hectopascals or 2992 in inches per mercury, INHG. So that is the screen on the left, PFD, primary flight display. To its right we have, it could be called a lot of things, but this one is an ND. The ND is navigation display. So that triangle with a 00 on, that is the aircraft. The pink or magenta line is the route we are flying, and the 45 above it is the track magnetic that we're tracking to stay on the GPS route. So that basically is like you looking at your sat-nav or Google Maps or whatever you use to direct you from A to B in a car. That's basically what it's doing, but points and radio frequencies up in the sky. The blue WXR0A is the weather radar. Now it's not incorporated in this simulator, which is a shame, because you just have to guess if it's bad weather or not. the individual rings that are going round there in there, because I've got the weather radar and out of habit, I'll take them off in a bit because they are annoying me too, are basically so there we've got 320 coming up by the word YWK, which is the next VOR. So if you like to our aircraft 0 to there's 320, so half of 320. So the next circle down will be 160 miles. The next circle up is going to be where the track magenta is. That's very top of the screen with the numbers going around the outside in the semicircle. That is 640 miles. So the one in the middle of 32 and 64. Yeah, 48. So that'll be 480 miles on that arc. So the white lettering on the left top of the ND, where you've got GS 390, TAS 458, 016, a little circle, dash and 77. Let's break that down. So the GS stands for ground speed, and that's 391 knots, well over 550 miles per hour. TAS is 459 knots, so you've got a ground speed and a total airspeed. 016 with a little circle, that is actually the wind direction, so the wind's coming at us from 16 degrees, that's what the little circle is, and it's coming at a speed of 77 knots, and it's pretty cold, over -50. Track mag we've just been through, that's the track we are on to keep our GPS. Answer in magenta to the right of the screen is our next waypoint fix. So ANCER tells us there underneath in white that we should hit it at 2146 Zulu. And you see the clock right over to the left hand side. We should be passing answer then in around 8 minutes time. We've got 50 miles left to go to there. That's what the 52.6 is declining. Underneath the time tells how much nautical miles we've got to go. So that is the ND. Now to the right of the ND you've got what we call our IFSDs. These are our backup instruments. So we've got a backup instruments of our attitude, of our speed and our altitude, very basic. So that little square on the far right of the screen is the basic version of the PFD that we spoke through earlier on the left of the screen. Underneath that you've got a circle that goes from 0 all the way round back to 0 with a couple of arrows in it and some tapes. That is a standby directional aid, in this case VOR and ADF. So we can use a VOR, which is a very high frequency VHF, omni-barial radar and track bearings using VORs. And now I've got this information in my operational flight plans, so if I lost now power to these displays, I know, okay, answer, I am travelling at a track 45 degrees, so I'll go into heading select mode and select 45 degrees. I know that I'm still on my flight plan. I know that I had 42 miles to run, and I know by scanning my instruments I'll be there in 6 minutes at this speed. Okay, so what do I do after that? Well, Waybush, which is Yankee Whiskey Kilo VOR, I know its frequency from my plan is 112.30, so I'll put that into my navigation radio, and the track to that particular waypoint, so let me just see if I can get this right. Yes, so our track, sorry, is 037 degrees. And if we look at that ND, I've just been reading my OFP, But if we look at the ND, 37 degrees is about right as well. So we take that track, we place the VOR information in, and then I'll arm the VOR 1 on the left of the standby instrument, and we will see it start turning around to that heading. So these two screens are exactly the same on the right side of the aircraft where the first officer sits. Co-pilot, first officer, mate in the sky, all the same things. That's where he sits, and this is yeah. The switches above the panels, where do you want the panels to be put? Do you want the outboard PFD, the normal, the engine, the primary, the PFD, the inboard, the MFD? So we have these on normal and normal, but I can move, if I want, them around to suit what I want during cruise. Okay, we'll tend to leave them there. You can mess with them in a long flight. So coming up to answer then, remember I said that our fuel state at answer, we want to be around 10.9 tons of fuel. So 10,900 kilos of fuel. So we're going to take a pretty close look at that in a couple of minutes time. Next. So we've still got 12 tons of fuel, so we're doing pretty well on our fuel actually. We're going to hit answer with well enough fuel, 25 miles to go so we'll see how it goes. So as you can see, the first officer has exactly the same screens over on his side, on the right side of the aircraft. Yeah, it's displayed differently here, but it's still the ND. It's in a compass variant, so if we got directions or we lost my scope at all, I can use this to gauge, okay, where do we go on that. The screen in the middle of us both, the big square screen, is what's called our EFIS display. EFIS is another new word. So this is our engine in flight instrumentation system display. So what's displayed on there now is what the two engines are doing basically. It's a pictograph of the left and right engine, or engine 1 and engine 2. And you're looking to make sure there's no variance, and you're looking for that the fuel's pretty well balanced. 0.1 of a flow is pretty good. You can take that engine information away and have the basics, so the fuel flow. Or you could have it on the bottom screen where it puts it all more in detail. But it breaks it down here. So what does all this mean? I hear you ask if you're new to aviation. I'm not talking to people who are system knowledge trained on the PMG. I'm just putting this into people who might be interested in trying Microsoft Flight Simulator out after watching the stream or the playback video. So let's start at the top. TAT stands for tail air temperature. So this is the probe that's measuring the outside temperature at minus 23 degrees. So plus a rule of thumb is anything until we hit I believe it's 0, you have to have anti-ice on if you go through moisture. I'm not a big knowledgeable on the 737's engines, but I can explain this because it's all the same on any engine. So let's start at the top. So we've got the total air temperature. So outside this cockpit at the minute is minus 23 degrees. That's cold. The green CRZ means we are in cruise. So we are in cruise. The two semicircles that you can see with the numbers 92.3 in both is N1, what we call N1 now. To put it simply, N1 is the front of the engine. So this is the turbine, the front turbine that you see when you're on the ground, you know, the bit inside the engine. Past the guide vanes, you've got a turbine in there, and that is this part. So this is the one that rotates fast, the percentage it's rotating at. The next one underneath that with the 700 numbers in is EGT. Now this is your engine temperature of both engines. This is what temperature the air is coming in and being combusted at. N2 is 89%, so it's lower than the front, and this is your outer stage, so your rear turbine. FF is fuel flow, oil pressure, oil temperature, oil quantity, that's in quarts, and VIB, which is your vibration of the engines. So anything below 1.5 is very good. To the upper right of this box you've got engine 1 and engine 2 with blank boxes on. They are your indication boxes, and they also tell us if the start valve's open, if the engine's spiking in temperature. This panel is more important than it looks. Then you got a fuel quantity panel here, so in the left wing, the right wing tank, center tank, and the total of all that fuel. So we went past ACER 11.8, we needed 10.9, so we did really well there. We were 900 kilos. I put an extra ton on board, so during the climb and doing the profile we've only lost 100 kilograms of fuel, which is pretty good for profit. So that is the ethos. Below that is we could duplicate displays. So I could have the edges down there. And I could switch these around as I want. Yeah. So these are just, like I said earlier, mode switches. Above that center window then, above the center window, you have various controls for your fuel flow and for your nitrogen setting, speed setting for the turbine fan. Underneath that you have a fuel flow reset, so if you wanted to know, tell you what we need to do quickly. Just hack, so I could keep an eye on the another 60 minutes I'll be checking the fuel again. Fuel state's its next waypoint basically. So I know I'm VOR to VOR for a little bit, so when I come to the navigation displays we're going to put this in and the radials and see what they look like. Now, what did I say it was? 37? I'm going to put 37 in my side. First officer doesn't have to, that's absolutely fine. I'm the pilot flying, but because he's a brilliant first officer, he will duplicate anything I do in case we lose one side. There you go, he's going to put in 37 as well if he stops scrolling. Okay. The circle with the knob circle with the numbers on the outside where it goes anti-skid and then it goes RTO off 1, 2, 3 and max. That is auto braking, so that is the aircraft's way of slowing down when we land without using foot brakes. And what that does, it uses inertia to stop the plane, the engines, and how it deploys the speed brakes. It works in conjunction with thrust, drag and speed. And you've got RTO, which is rejected takeoff, off position. So RTO is what we always have on takeoff. So if we go to rejected takeoff, it will brake the aircraft at the maximum for that weight before the V1 speed. And auto brake 1, 2, 3. So low, auto brake medium, auto brake high on 3, and max is full braking. The circle gauge to the right of that with the illuminated up and like old school dial of 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 25, 30 and 40 is your flaps indication. Flaps are what we use to extend the wing, and this enables greater lift at lower speeds. So that's the flaps. Just to the right of that, as you can see, you've got the landing gear lever, and if you look at it, it looks like a landing gear. It's got a bar with a circle as a wheel at the end of it, which is pretty cool. and it's in the off position now, so in the real plane you'd have to push that to the right and move it down or up to move it. Got accumulator pressure there. Don't think it's really simulated, it's just there for show. You've got annunciator warning lights to the right of that, same on my side, and you have lights and come up underneath. And the first officer's side is again exactly the same mimic as my side. The panel right above it then obviously is the MCP, main control panel. So this obviously gives us direction, speed, heading, how high or how low we are. Okay, well we're going to talk about a few of them. So if I wanted to adjust the nitrogen settings and I didn't like this percentage and I wanted to drop it a bit, I could adjust these knobs and go for a N1. So this will tell the front compressor this is how fast I want you to go, I don't want you to go over it, and we'll adjust our speed or Mach value according to what we're squeezing out or into the M1. The knob you see me moving quite a lot here with a number, as you can see 36, 37 is a course. The course is what you want to fly. The heading, so this one here that I'm going to change now to 36, this tells the aircraft how I'm going to get there. But at the minute, obviously, as you know, we're in LNAV mode and VNAV, so we're in lateral computer navigation. But for me to go on a course of 37 degrees to Wabashi VOR, I would have to fly a heading of 36 degrees. So there's not much, because we've got a headwind, there's not much of a crosswind. That's about right. This other big knob you see here is our altitude selector that I've just put up to 100 feet and back, and it also changed the magenta slide on the altitude tape. This is our altitude, so how high we are up above the ground. 36,000 feet. I'll let you know how high that is. To the right of that we have something called vert speed, and you've got a down and an up. And this is vertical speed index that we talked about on the right of the PFD by the altitude. So this, we could command the aircraft how many feet per minute we want it to ascend or descend. The buttons on there are all the different modes. So AT arm, which is next to, it's over on the left side of the MCP, is your auto throttle arm, so the engines will automatically keep the right throttle, so we don't have to do that. MA green light means we're the master side, and FD on and off is the flight director. The flight director, if you look on the PFD, it's over on the left or right, is the pink cross that sits in the attitude indicator. Speed N1 is the different hold functions if you wanted to go to control the speed yourself. Especially in bad weather, I would drop that right down. I'd probably drop it down to 250, so what I would do, I'd do a speed intervene and drop it to 250. I will then cross-reference the Mach, then put it back into Mach and keep it held there. Level change basically holds whatever speed you press that button at, and whatever altitude you've got on here, if you press level change, the aircraft will descend at whatever feet per minute it wants to achieve that. We've talked about the VNAV and LNAV functions, how horizontally and lateral navigation. The VOR lock is on localizer approaches such as ILS, if you've heard the terms, Instrument Landing System, or VHF, Very High Frequency Omnibarial Radar approaches. We'll lock onto a VOR beacon when we press that when we're close, and that will automatically guide the aircraft laterally to the VOR. And then the APP button under that is the approach. So once we're established on the localizer, we can go to approach and we should get a vertical profile, so up and down. Non-precision approaches won't work like that, and you'll see that during the RNAV approach. Level headed HDG cell is heading select. That's this, and while we're above 30,000 feet, we need to go to no more of a bank angle, because if we was to, if I forgot about that for much longer, we was to have some bad weather and it tried to bank over 30, we could have a wing stall where the air is disrupted that much under the wing, we start losing lift, therefore increase of drag, and we could be in a rather nasty situation. We'd have to go into a wing stall recovery for that. Okay, that is our CMD here is AP engaged. So CMD means command A, command B. So basically the left side, so my side, is in command of the aircraft. If the first officer was flying, he'd be on command B. His side of the aircraft would be in command of the aircraft. So that is the panel really much explained. We've already looked at this. So as we go down to the pedestal, there's lots and lots of buttons on here, but we're going to throw in these VORs, and I'm going to throw in the Waybush VOR on my side, so 112, what did I say it was? 112.30. I'm then going to transfer that across, and on the VOR2, actually we'll keep it on the same because they're not close together, 30, but you could put another one, and we'll put a standing one. We'll put a standing VOR, the next VOR, which is Nain, which is, oh no, it's not a VOR, that's an NDP. So an NDP we could put into here, which is an ADF, so that's saying it's 247, so we could scroll this all the way down to 247. I'm going to look for, don't know if it'll allow me to do that. Let's see. I'll look for 247. Let's hopefully it will allow us to do that. Let's scroll down, scroll down. So if you want to track an NDP, no. Just going to go around in circles, look. Actually, could we go up on here? Next one. No, well, I will just leave that as it is, really. 690 we can do. But yeah, I could be there all day trying to do that. Okay, so there we go. That's a brief overview. Oh, I'll tell you what we haven't gone through. Throttles, the overhead panel. This is all our auxiliary systems. So we have our flight control management systems here, as well as our navigational management just underneath that on the left. Underneath that we have an analog temperature gauge, and underneath that we have the fuel delivery system. So center fuel pumps, and left and right, forward and aft fuel pumps underneath that. The next section along where you see the DC amps and the screen, that is our electrical distribution side. A good time now to check our systems are working okay. The distribution, standby power, and obviously the buzz. So the buzz G1, G2, APU Gen. The buzz means a buzz bar, which allows the power from that system onto the rest of the equipment that's on that system. Simplest way to do that. Underneath that you've got the APU start command and engine temperature gauge and analog gauge, left and right in the wipers, yes, just like the car wipers. And the engine start switches that we've seen earlier, the lighted panel underneath that. Pressurization panel is the next one at the bottom. Our hydraulic pump control panel above that, our anti-ice panel, and our heats for our windows and probes. So the probe heats is basically so the aircraft knows how fast we are going through the air. Then you've got the temperature of the cabin there, so we're at just over 20 degrees. And the packs are actually, yeah, so there's not much difference in the temperature. Trim air control, that trim air gives us air control for various systems. The cont cabinet, forward cabinet and aft cabinet is basically your heat thermostats, if you like, temperature control knobs. And coming down from that we have the condition panel, so all the air systems and the bleeds and what they're doing. So that's the next panel down, and underneath that is, as we discussed, our pressurization panel. So we're at 36,000 feet, 200. The valve is a little bit open, but not a lot. But we're in the automatic mode anyway. And this is the pressure we're at. So yeah, that is everything really so far. So hope you're enjoying the flight. I'll just change that. So if I put my VOR on, it's a bit too far to pick up at the minute, so if I range that in, as you can see we've still got 160 miles to go to Wasabi VOR. So we could put it on that one as well, and we'll get a range reading in when we come into view. That's what I'm saying. So our range ring here, 640 to the top of the screen, 320. That's the miles view. So it's at 160 nautical miles. We'll see when it picks it up. We'll see how it gets on. Okay. This is a backup position, track and ground speed. I like to keep on position in case we have an emergency. We've just been through all this. Yeah, we could leave it like that for a bit, why not? We'll just be on a break, monitoring the systems. So yeah, let's put some music back on, and yeah, I think the next interesting thing is going to be in the descent phase. So that red bar's not even halfway across yet. You know, I thought it was later than what it was there. I had my stopwatch on, and on my yoke, and I thought it was like 10 to 2 in the morning, and it was not. It was like 1 hour 40 flight time. So the actual time in Zulu is 22:06. So for me, because although we're flying from Newark in New York, for me it's actually 11:06 in the evening. So on a Friday night, here I am, here to chat, answer any questions. Don't mind if you put them in the comments afterwards. I'll review if there is any comments, and yeah, looking forward to hearing off you all. So we're going to get some music on. Excellent. So this is Skytrack telling me to tune a radio to 126. Oh, sorry. Just gave my track IR sorted. 126. So I've got to put this radio here to 126. And this tells them that I'm still at the helm, if you like. I'm in command of the aircraft. I ain't gone to bed just to get the hours. So 126.6. There we go. And when I press that button there, it's gone away, which is cool. That's pretty cool. So yeah, I've told them, yes, I'm still here. I'm still in control of the aircraft. Wish I knew that, because I was just chilling in my seat, and it's not in the right position, and that's why everything looks pretty bad. Oh, well and truly over Canada now. What a massive place, though, if you think about it. When you look at it on the map, it's just huge. So I'm looking at this value here on the FMS, where it says cruise altitude 360, then you've got optimal, which is 359, which we're at realistically, and the max is 374. So I'm going to stay at 360 for the time being. There's no point for me to do anything else. Oh, sorry, I tried to hold back that yaw. Okay. There we go. So let's change, because I've changed the way it's mode displayed. Yeah. Got primary, so if I bring that hood down, I'll show you the different stages. So the primary one is the one we looked at earlier on. And then the next mode on the hood is no AII. Basically this is no classification of wind, yeah, so I can't see the wind speed or wind direction. That's that one. Next mode is IMC, which is basically the bare minimums, but to be fair, it's basically a decluttered version of what we want. The next mode is VMC primary. VMC primary gives us everything we need to be able to fly and land the aircraft, including DME. It's 127 miles to that DME. It's just come up now, look. That's pretty awesome. So that gives us that. But the one for normal flight, what you want on is the primary, which is this one, which has everything on it. So that's what we'd normally have a flight if we need to. As you can see now, the VOR's picked up. I honestly thought that was another VOR. So what I could do is start getting the VOR ready for we're actually doing the RNAV arrival, but there will be a VOR at Kangerlussuaq. Sorry, just a quick drink of water. And it is, I'm just looking at the tablet to my left, so I apologise if the screen's going mental. So it's actually 109.55. Final approach course 88 degrees. Interesting. 10955 and 88 degrees. Oh, the barrow's wrong. 10 feet off on the barrow. Let's adjust that. Better. And we'll wait to get ATIS when we're there. I can put in the rough ATIS, so that isn't an issue. So the airport elevation, sorry, is 165 feet. So in actual fact, oh yes, that's why we're at 200 feet, because you want to be above. Okay, well, can't see any new chats on the stream. Or any at all, so I'm probably just talking to myself, but you know, it's all good practice. You know, I do want to make my channel popular and actually do some really cool flights, but how much do I put into it, I don't know for now. We'll see how these videos go through, how they come along. We're doing flights with Beyond ATC, VATSIM, and all that good stuff. So, yes, I'm going to leave you with some music for a bit. There we go. Let's hit the music. jump in the chat, say hello, and leave me a message. I'll get back to you. Please remember to subscribe, like, and comment. So just a little bit of information where we are now. We are still in Canadian airspace, and we're about to, well, underneath us is Newfoundland and Labrador as we head towards the ocean. In the background, in the forefront side of the ocean, will be ahead of us pretty soon before we head into Greenland's airspace and then down into Kangerlussuaq for our eventual arrival into Greenland, which is pretty cool. So yeah, so that's where we are now in the world. Now, I would bring up the navigraphs to show you, but last time I did that it crashed the screen. Suppose, and this particular variant of the 737-800 for this company I'm flying for does not have the tablet in, which I thought all of them would have once you got the actual aircraft. But this one's got something the others haven't got, and that's the HUD, which is pretty cool. So yeah, enjoy the ambience. So we're now leaving the Canadian shore, that's what you can see, heading into the North Atlantic there, in Canada control, and inbound to Mesa, that's Mike Alpha X-ray Alpha Romeo, until heading over into Greenland. A long way off yet, well in the distance. We've got of 500 miles to top of descent. So top descent markers there, so keep an eye on that. Field check I've just done was absolutely fine, so let's redo that for another one. Okay, well, just thought I'd give you an update on the flight. So we'll catch the weather, and should be landed soon. So hopefully you'll see a good landing today. And I'm really looking forward to finishing this flight and going to bed. So here's some more music. Well, it's official Skyways, we are now feet wet. Okay guys, welcome back. We're getting ready now for our descent into Greenland. I'm not even going to try and attempt to descend. Well, let's have a go. Kangerlussuaq. Looks like we've got a bit of a cloud front ahead. It's about 100 miles off descent now, so the weather currently 300 degrees by 7 knots. QNH is 1010. So let's put that back to hectopascals. Down here 1010. So that could change, but that's what it is at the minute forecasted. So we can look now at our minute ref. This will be our landing weight, 66.9 tons. We're going to have 5.3 tons left, so take a ton off that, 68.9. So let's pop that into there. No, that isn't right. $66.9 minus a ton is 65.9. Oh dear me. It's making the aircraft area. So flaps 30 we're going to go for, plus 5, so it's going to be 154 for landed. Top descent's covered in. A few things top of descent then, so we're going to be checking our nav radios are set, 10955, 10955 for the localizer, even though we're doing the RNAV approach, just gives us some idea. So that's set. TCAS below, it's automatic on the PMDG 737-800. Pedestal is correct. Auto brakes I'm going to put to 3. Just over 80 miles down to descent. So once we've done that, everything else is fine up here for now. We don't really need to touch anything. We can put that back in the auto position. And what we're going to do now is look at the lowest. So 4,000 feet is what we want to go down to. So we're going to select that on the MCP altitude knob. There's no other constraints. Obviously IRL, and if you're on VATS here, Gander will be saying to you, give you different altitudes for notch separation. Let's just go all the way down to 4,000 there. Well, actually, because we've got the altitude constraint in, we could put our lowest altitude in there. So I'm just going to bring that up now. Yeah, 2,600 we could put in there actually, because I've put a hard at 4,000 in the legs page. I'm going to check that before executing, so I've got to go to Let's go to the legs. Yeah, so I've got hard altitude at 4,000 there, so let's go ahead and take that back down to 2.6. Radios can come always barrow, non-precision, and descent can come back up. That is us ready for descent, 80 miles, top of descent. A lot of cloud cover, as you'd expect, covered over Greenland. Just go to see if I can take a screenshot. As you can see, that's saved to the gallery. Look at it. I actually didn't think it would show up on the stream, but I just looked over on OBS and it did, so that's okay. So yeah, we're all ready apart from initiating the descent. We're going to keep on top of the heading. So the flight itself for me, need to do it as part of a tour, but for me I think this is the longest I'll fly. Well, not I'll fly, but I'm never going to stream this long again. So all no information is transferred, it says. So yeah, it's been eventful. It would have been a lot earlier when this stream finished. Oh, sorry, I'm just getting comfortable. It would have been a lot easier earlier, but we had an issue. Technical issue that threw us off. So we could get another forecast actually, just to make sure. I'm going to request a forecast. So runway 9, well, even with the winds, it is preferred to land at runway 9 at Kangerlussuaq. Yep, let's load them. Bit more accurate for the computer to deal with. We can't. Oh, we can't. Can I? Can I? No, can't contortion my head that far. The reason why I've gone auto brake 3 is it's a difficult landing, and the reason why it's a difficult landing, A, it's in Greenland, and B, it's you know, going into the descent phase, so it's mountains cover it on the fjord either side, and yeah. So we're now in Newark airspace as we're coming down very soon. The weather didn't say if there's any rain or anything, so I'm quite happy to keep icing in the auto position, which it is. Check in. It's either off or on in it, and here. Off or on. What's the outside temperature? -13. Well, it's colder than that up here. I'm just going to check what the the temperature again is in. It's only 4 degrees. So icing will go on through any thick cloud, really, is what I'm looking at over on my left. I'm looking at my tablet, it's off screen, so. Okay. 40 miles to top of descent. Just before 20 miles I'll initiate it early. Nice steady descent down. So a couple of events in descent. We've already programmed the FSC, we've verified with the legs. I've checked the weather. QNH at the minute is 1010 and we're at standby on that side. Transition altitude in Greenland is 6,000 feet. Doesn't sound right. I'm just going to double check. Transition level is 7,000 feet. Okay, so wasn't too far off. Just got a forecast there. Trans level is 070. I'll put that in there because it's worth noting it's going. Although if QNH stays the same below 10,000, I will be putting it to local pressure. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to monitor the descent. So when the top of descent puck gets to 20 nautical mile zone, and you can also see here top of descent to 33. So I'm going to initiate it myself, and that means it's a less abrupt change for the passengers, keeps them happy. I'm going to let just letting the attendants know there that we're getting ready for top of descent, and that's it. I mean, we'll give you the cool view. We'll give you the cool view through descent, which will be that one. And we'll keep a monitor on. We're coming up to that 20 mark. I'm going to activate the descent now because I'm in V path. Keep the range out. So the magenta triangle that's going up on the PFD, that means that we're high, which we are. Low, sorry. It's a nice comfortable descent for the passengers. So enjoy the descent, and I'll get back to you a little bit closer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, due to the hazardous approach here, as you can see by the terrain, we've got mountains all around us, and if you're looking out, you can see them. We're going to select the belts on for the passengers. We're also going to think about the speed interdiction. Re-verify the weather. So what we've got here is it's an auto meta. It's when it runs at 300 by 7 variant. So that's actually good visibility. Down, broken at 7,500. Temperatures are chilling 4 degrees, and QNH is 1010. Let's put some heat in. In the cabin. People might appreciate that. Pretty scary approach. The such terrain levels here. We're actually on track and our RMP is very good. Quite happy about that. Minute ref, we did 5.4, so 0.2 off to 66. I won't worry about that too much. Pitch clear. Mountain ranges all the way around us here. I think I really want to start bringing in that speed. Let's do that. I'm going to intervene with the speed and drop it right down here. And bring out some speed brakes to help it. Going at the same time. The difficult approaches, it's good to be configured earlier rather than later, so we're going to flaps up speed. Lovely but isolated place, Greenland, and always cold. That's 10,000 then. Put the lights on. Logo light can also go on. And I'm going to put the start switches into continuous. Let the cabin crew know we're at 10,000 feet. crick in my neck. It's never good. The aircraft's managing our profile. That's what it wants. Sending us again. So for our vertical speed going down, I believe we can have the FPV will give us the glide. Actually, this is not good now, so I'm going to slow down again. Let's go ahead and click on the barra. Headphones were bringing the speed down, and I'm now going to put in my missed approach altitude, but I have to put in 12. It should level up by the 12, and don't know if we're picking up the DME just yet, but I'm going to on the approach anyway. I've got VNAV path. See what happens there. Adjusting my seat for landing. Okay, lots to do. I'm going to go ahead because I want to get this done early. I don't want a crappy landing. I'm going to put all the lights on that we need to put on. I'm also going to start the APU, so that's ready to rock and roll. We have got a tailwind there, which is what's flashing and telling us. Now, doing tours with any airline, this is the first time I actually seen this airport. I'm trying to get this hood so it's dimmer. That's the running down. That's better, that's getting there. Excellent. $24 miles to run in. Clearance is good each side of the aircraft. we're looking for that final approach course coming in. And then what I'm going to do is ensure that I am configured. The way we're going to do that is, as soon as we turn, we're going to configure, because KEWR is the start. We're 7 miles away now from KEWR. So what I'm going to do is drop my gear for some more drag. And then I'm going to go to speed brakes to on. Flaps 15 selected. Speed down, and then on the final approach there, I will I doubt we'll have a localizer capture. So look what we got here. Get the weather. Most suitable parkings. Oh, it's about peachy. Okay, so we've now got control. I can see the runway. It's off-centered there. So we're looking for 88 degrees, hopefully. I'll put that in line with the runway. It's actually following the vertical profile, so what was it? There's 149, so 154 VRF speeds. Match the throttle. And at Safi I want to be at 2600, so we're keeping profile quite nicely. Check 2500, thank you. Okay, that isn't working. So, we are landing. There's only one showing. Now it's putting us on the glide path. Obviously we're looking out for that minimums. At that point we'll disconnect the autopilot. It's a very steep glide slope. My aircraft. My throttles.
Approaching minimums.
Continue.
Terrain, terrain, pull up. Terrain, terrain, pull up.
$1,000.
Check.
Terrain, terrain, pull up. 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 Terrain, terrain, pull up.
So we're
Terrain,
trying to
terrain,
just stay.
pull up. Terrain, terrain, 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 pull up. Terrain, terrain,
Aim at
pull
the
up. Terrain, terrain, pull up. Terrain, terrain, pull up.
look at the end of the runway.
100. 40. 30. 20.
Okay, so the terminal's over there. Ah, just here actually. So that's well, that's handy. Is that the terminal? Ah, it looks pretty terminally to me. Okay. Do that. Okay, welcome to Greenland. And I hope this is the terminal, so I'm just checking on the charts. Oh. There's the heli apron. So we'll turn around. We'll just turn around in here, to be honest. I don't know why speed brake. Must be leaning on a button. So we want to go. I'm just going to turn the aircraft around. Well, we have never been here before, so I'll turn the aircraft on a sixpence. There's a taxi line. Okay, well, did anyone see what the 100 feet per minute was? I thought it was pretty good. So what we'll do, go straight across here and make our way down to the other terminal. I enjoy that. So flight director's can go off. Turn off lights can go off. Okay, so I believe this is the apron here. We're going to be parking there by the control tower by the looks of it. As there is no suitable parking apparently. There's no parking stand information. I'm just going to follow this taxi line. See what happens. See where we go. Logo lock, stay on. Wing center collision. I can go through to steady. Wow, what a what a challenging approach, but rewarding one at the end, which was nice. Go back to auto. Big come in. So hopefully there's somewhere to park here. So there's no suitable parkings at the tour leg there, and you think, well, it'd be good to have suitable parking since it's on a tour. I think we're just going to find somewhere to plop it. Watch my wing clearance. Is that a parking spot? Oh. Wow, aircraft everywhere. Looks like we're going to have to go round. Oh, this looks very tight, doesn't it? That was atrocious. There's some natural spots. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go down to the end. I believe there's empty spots at the end there. Yes, there is. So we're going to go down there. So I really don't like some guys there waiting for us. So, let's go there where these dudes are. We'll switch off the taxi light. We're coming into you, like it or not. Here we come. Slow down a little bit excited. Okay. Have you ever tried parking a lorry in between two cars? Well, that's what I'm going to try and do here. I need to be, as soon as I'm straightened up. I don't think he's actually taxiing us, but that'll do. Parking brake is set. Let's bring the APU jets on to the one. Bleeds are on. Let's go ahead and knock off the engines. See what side could go off. For now, I believe that's yes. Let's get that off. Window heats can come off. They can come off. So, welcome to Kangerlussuaq. I'm going to see if GSX will say our park is too small.
This parking is too small for your aircraft.
Well, guess what? We're going
This
to
parking is
customize
too
this
small for your
parking position,
aircraft.
and I'm going to put mine in there. So apply. There we go. So now I'm going to ask for deboarding.
The boarding requested.
There's an external pit power apparently. GPU car, that's what we're
Passengers bus is coming.
going for a GPU cart. Yes, please. Well, let's set the chocks. Request that. Doors are being opened now as we speak. Ground power is available. Now we can stop the
Passengers deboarding starting.
We are all off and good to go here. We'll have a quick look outside. I'm just going to make sure we are on ground power, which we are. Oh, that's off. Yeah, so I really do hope you enjoyed the flight. And yeah, that's going to...
You too. Bye, thank you for a wonderful flight.
Just get rid of all this panel brightness. So our TCAS can come off. Everything's good there. Fuel dampers off. Sources are off. Fuel pumps are off. Power supply is off. Go up. That could come off. That could come off. And that could go up. That could go off. All lights are corrected off. That is fine. Leak control panel is fine. Passengers and cabin utilities could go off. I'll just jump on board here. Alignment is off. That is off. We're ready to go. It's off. Okay, so in actual fact now, let's disconnect the battery.
You too.
That'll do. Put down the paddle lighted. Everything else is good.
Bye, have a good one.
Got this paddle lighted. Finish this, we can turn the radios off if we wanted to. Definitely turn these paddles off, can't we? Okay, let's jump outside. So here we are at Iceland, and good flights coming in. And yeah, thank you for watching, and Hope to see you again very soon. Thank you. Bye bye.